21,500 or 2170 they are.
10 बजे रात को ये उठता है।
Hello guys. Okay, let's start this webinar now. Hello guys, good morning and welcome you all in this DP-203 session. Myself Archie this side and I'm a host for this session guys. If you have any question and queries, please put question on chat box. We will there to help you out. Let's moving ahead and talking about our event sponsor. It is Synergetics. So Synergetics is in India one of 10 co-porting learning solution company. Now you will get a question like who we are and what we doing. So answering your question, we boost our offering and also give comprehensive advisory service to client who wish to modernize their framework. And we educate, advise, implement, and manage. Then the Synergetic solution offering that is persona-based onboarding solution, onboarding add-on solution, certification add-on solution, reskilling solution, emerging technology training solution, certification hackathon solution, cloud adoption solution, latest technology training solution, sales and pre-sales training solution, practice playbook solution, and architecting solution. Then what this Microsoft certification training does, it will give you complete learning experience. You will get trained, build confidence to appear for the exam and get certified. This is skilling journey. Here you can advance yourself. First, you have to complete fundamental certification. Then you can go with the advanced role-based certification. Then expert level certification. In fundamental level certification, we have Azure Fundamental, Azure AI Fundamental, Azure Data Fundamental, Power Platform Fundamental, and Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals. In associate level certification, we have many types of certification. Here you can see on my screen. Then expert level certification, we have AZ305, SC100, PL600, and AZ400. Also, we have special certification that is AZ120, AZ140, AZ220. If you want any certification, you can connect with us. I already share contact details on chat box. Then certification offering. So certification will help you to increase your visibility, expand your knowledge and skills. Also, we do provide certification add-on, onboarding add-on like short duration modules and more. Then moving ahead, and today training is organized and handled by the ATC community. So our ATC community is open for all the people who are interested in our cloud technology and various emerging technology. Under ATC community, we have emerging technology community for all. Then Azure Tech Pune community for Punekers. Emerging technology community for Surat. Azure Tech community for Nagpurkers. Guys, you just have to install the Meetup app and you can follow our communities there. Then you have to follow code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note that participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. We will try to upload this training on our official YouTube channel. So don't forget to subscribe of our official YouTube channel. Today's speaker for this training, Ms. Om Prakash Pandey. He is a AVP delivery and currently work with Synergetics. Agenda for this webinar, you will get to know more about the topic and benefit of it. In today's session, we are providing you DP-203 learning achievement badge. You just have to follow the step and you will get the activated badge. Guys, don't forget to follow us on our social media platform like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube for upcoming event updates. Thank you guys. Now I would like to hand over this mic our speaker. He will continue ahead.
Thanks a lot, Archie. Thank you very much for the insightful information. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining this session. I hope I'm audible to you all. And you all can also see my screen. If you'll have a challenge in seeing the screen, you all can try logging off and logging in once again. I'm sure that should help. Hello and welcome everyone to Microsoft session on DP-203. This is a Microsoft provided curriculum and focusing primarily on set of data services which is available for data engineers and how they can go ahead and build their career and have a role-based certification for data engineer role. My name is Om Prakash Pandey. I am a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm a data solution architect. I have been working extensively with various on-premises environment from a data platforming perspective, SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB cluster setup within the on-premises environment, setting up Hadoop and Apache Spark clusters within on-premises environment. And now, since these technologies are getting transformed into cloud-based clusters, I'm also involved in setting up these resources on cloud platforms, which involves AWS, GCP, and Microsoft Azure as well. As part of our today's session, we'll be focusing primarily on how do you utilize these resources and work with data services on Microsoft Cloud Platform. Before we start our session, can I see a quick raise of hands? People who have already been working with data solutions. Can I see raise of hands? People who are working with data solutions, SQL database, Spark clusters, working with Jupyter notebooks. So I can see Ravi has raised his hand. How about others? Okay, not a problem. Thanks, Ravi. Can I see raise of hands? People who have been working on Azure platform, Azure solutions. Okay, quite a few hands going up. Neeraj, Arun, Rahul, Abbasi. Rahul as well. Thank you very much, folks. Put your hands down. Not an issue. Even if you are new to this data platform within Azure, I'm fine with it. So guys, before we proceed ahead, once it comes to Microsoft solutions, Microsoft has been a major service provider, especially from data perspective, when it comes to your unstructured data storage locally. And everybody in this industry is aware about SQL database as a solution, which started in year 2000. And there has been series of enhancements, series of upgrades, which have been happening over a period of time. Microsoft has tried to collaborate all of those in different role-based certifications for databases. And they have also provided set of learning path resources for us. As we go ahead, I will share a set of important links with you all from the certification perspective and what are the relevant material available for DP-203. Like Archie mentioned, everybody's aware about the advantages. Everybody's aware about the significance of certification. I don't see that as an issue. So make sure you all learn the components over here and start looking from a certification perspective. If you look at the core components over here, there are 3 sections. First is designing and implementing data storage, which is 15 to 20%. Data processing using Apache Spark, using Databricks, and Azure Synapse Analytics. That is 40 to 45% of the current curriculum. And if you look at the third member, which is security, monitoring, optimization, that is around 30 to 35% once again. Apart from this, we can go through the respective exam prep videos, exam study guide, and we should also have taken a practice assessment before we go for the final exam. This is a quick overview of the current resources. I'm sure everybody is able to access the chat. Let me put some of the links over there. So y'all can make a note of these links, and it will become easier for y'all to prepare yourself. Vikram, Nikita, Nitika, are you able to hear me now? Because apart from y'all two, everybody else have said that I'm audible. Thanks, Vikram. So guys, this is the main page that you have. And if you see the sections over here, prepare for the exam, practice for the exam, take the exam, renew your certification, right? So you have a lot of relevant links, which is important for us from an exam point of view. Before we go ahead and deep dive into this paper, the prerequisite is people should have subject matter expertise on integrating, transforming, and consolidation of data. So if you have not worked with these resources, there is a pre-journey that you'll have to do. You'll need to learn these resources. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, once it comes to integration, transformation, consolidation, what are the ways and means of doing that? So guys, once it comes to our existing on-premises environment, we had SQL BI stack, which was available as part of the enterprise license. There are other options or other resources as well. Since this is a Microsoft session, I'm getting more into deep dive of Microsoft provided solutions. As part of SQL Server BI stack, we had SSIS, SSAS, and SSRS. As far as SSIS is concerned, this is where we have been looking at integration services. SSAS is primarily focusing on analysis services, whereas SSRS, as the name suggests, is focusing on reporting services. In today's environment, what Microsoft has done is they have started moving these things and transforming them into specific services, cloud-based services, where for SSIS, you have Azure Data Factory. SSAS, here we have Azure Analytics services. right? As far as SSRS is concerned, there's a very, very popular tool, which I'm sure most of you all might have used. That is Power BI. Along with this, there are a lot of other tools that you all might have heard about. Some of you all may have worked with it. You have Informatica, you have Cognos, you have Power Builder. There are different set of third-party tools also available, which will help us in terms of integration, working with various components of data warehousing and reporting resources. So similar to Power BI, here we have Qlik View, Qlik Sense, you have Tableau, right? So there are different options available from a reporting perspective that we can leverage upon. And this list can go on and on. Right now, in this session, our focus is understanding these resources from Microsoft perspective, looking at various options in terms of structured, unstructured, semi-structured, and streaming data systems, and how we can analyze these resources, create foundations for machine learning, create foundations of advanced resources over here. So once it comes to data sources within an organization, there are three primary categories that one can have. One is your structured data storage. Second is our semi-structured data storage. And third member that we have is unstructured data storage. In today's environment, you cannot go ahead with only one type of data store, because what organizations are looking at would be in terms of polyglot persistence. So depending upon what is the requirements, what are the expectations of an application, we'll need to choose a best resource within this. So once it comes to your structured data storage, here we have our RDBMS based solutions, whether you're looking at SQL Server or you're looking at MySQL, PostgreSQL, right? Whether you're looking at MariaDB, these are set of structured or RDBMS based solutions available, right? There are many more such data solutions which are available to us. In terms of unstructured data storage, this is where we are talking about object storage. And once it comes to our Azure platform, here we have a storage account as a service, which provides us with unstructured data storage, where we have various options available from perspective of blobs, tables, you have respective queues over here. And finally, we can have file share as well. Now, before we go into analysis, we need to understand where to save this information, where to pick this information from, what are the options available to us. So these are set of resources that we have. Now, once it comes to data storage, beyond these members, here we have option of data lake as well. So as we start discussing about the options available, we'll get into data lake, which is not just focusing on unstructured data, but it can help you store any type of information within it. And this is a specialized hierarchical data store that we have. Once it comes to semi-structured data storage, here we are talking primarily about NoSQL solutions. There are different ways of representing it. So one would be not only SQL, not only structured contents, but also schema-less implementation. Rather than using ACID properties, here we'll be focusing on CAP theorem, right? So each of the members have different kind of orientation, different concepts on which they are being implemented. So once it comes to your semi-structured resources, here we have document-based data. Here we can have columnar data store, right? We can have graph-based data as well, right? And there are different other options also available. So depending upon what kind of services or what kind of resources one would want to go for from their application perspective, they can choose a right data store for them. Within Microsoft, you have Cosmos DB as a multi-model database or a multi-model data store, which is available. And there we can store all these options. So once it comes to our resources over here, and as part of your DP-203 curriculum, this is what we need to know. This is what we need to understand. And then start mapping them to right set of services. Whether you're looking at big data solution, whether you're looking at modern data warehouse, right? Lake house architectures. And as part of this resource, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to understand different architectural patterns. And these architectural patterns will be available to us within our architectural documentation. I'm not sure how many of you have been through this earlier, but this is one of the best places where you can find information about the analytics resources. So here if you'll see on Azure Architecture Center, Shravana has a question. How about Microsoft Fabric? So Microsoft Fabric is correlation of all the data at single place. And this is a very recent service from Microsoft. So as I go ahead, I will also talk about what is the relevance of Microsoft Fabric and how it gives a unified mechanism or a unified view of different data stores, which I'm talking about. But in the current certification, you don't have focus on Microsoft Fabric. Here, the focus is more in terms of data engineering. The focus is more in terms of Azure Synapse as a service. For Microsoft Fabric, it is a data store available. There is a respective connector available for it, but the focus is not on Fabric. For Fabric, we have DP-600, if I'm not mistaken, because there are a lot of changes which is happening on the certification front as well. And there are other applied skills for Microsoft Fabric. So Shravana, if you are interested in that, you can drop an email to Archie. We can organize a session for you as well. So let's go back to the analytics section. I've already shared the link with you all. So once it comes to analytics, this is something that we need to understand. And some of the details which I was talking about, you all will be able to see the reference details of the same. So choosing a right data storage, what are the options available for it? Data modeling, working with different Azure data services, and choose a technology for visualization, for data streaming, for making predictive analysis, and then scalability of these members. So you all will be able to see different set of members over here. And as part of DP-203, this is what we are focusing on. If you look at the technology choices available, so once you have got a clarity in terms of what we are supposed to do, what do I want to achieve, then we can start deciding which are the relevant services that will help me in achieving that solution. Okay, there are series of options, series of resources which are available, and we can start looking at each of these members while discussing about the services. Just give me some time. I will go to these details in more. I will go to each of these topics in more details. If you look at the prerequisite programming topics over programming knowledge, SQL is a must. If you have experience and expertise on Python, especially PySpark, that will be the focus area. We can also use Scala over here, but most of the examples that you will see are built based on SQL and Python. If you look at the services over here for data processing, we have Data Factory, Synapse Analytics, we have Stream Analytics, Event Hubs, Data Lake Storage, Databricks. Major focus is on two services, I would say three services. One is Data Lake Storage to start with, then Databricks and Azure Synapse Analytics. So these are three primary services where we have to focus on. Within this 8 hours of session, effective 6 hours, excluding the breaks, there are a lot of things that we are going to discuss over here, but I'm sure it's not sufficient for you in terms of clearing the exam. So you all will also have to read up on the course curriculum. There are a lot of learning path modules which are available over here. Apart from this learn modules, what you all will also have to do is you all will have to practice these things, and the best possible resource that you all can leverage over here would be using a Azure Pass, or you all can create your own account over here using your debit card, credit card information. It's much simpler to create. And if you're using a free trial, you don't have to pay too much for these services, right? We'll have to make sure that the services that we are creating is fitting in that budget, fitting in the amount which is allocated to us. There's a complete study guide for it. So for each of the modules that we are preparing, what is the percentage, what are relevant links over here that we can get into more details regarding these members. So if you look at partition strategy, working with analytics workload, data processing, right? So for each of these members, what are the subtopics for it? What depth you are expected to go? So you can explore these resources over here from the study guide. We have complete documentation of each of these services. So whether it is Data Factory, whether it is Synapse Analytics, whether it is Databricks, we have appropriate documentation for each of these members. Once it comes to Databricks as a resource, most of you all might be aware about it. This is a third-party services which is being acquired by Microsoft, and now it is being added within the Azure platform. You have a separate standard document for Databricks as well, and you have its implementation within Azure platform. So you'll find this resource at two places. We can refer to both of them. As part of our demos, here what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you all how to use these labs, which are given to us by Microsoft. Like I mentioned earlier, you all will need to have a pre-existing account for it. There is one exercise for Power BI as well, where you'll require a Power BI tenant. From clearing the certification perspective, going through each of these modules, specific learn module, practicing those things, and then implementing these labs. So this will help you to prepare around 80% for your exam. You can look at some of the sample tests available as well, see some of the sample questions, and that will help you in terms of preparing for exam. From perspective of the foundational building, there are a lot of people who are new to it. You can refer to your architectural documentation and understand about OLAP, OLTP, understand the concepts of data lake, right? So those things we can map over here. I have already shared these links on the chat. My recommendation would be you all can store these things within a WordPad, Notepad, OneNote, whichever is feasible for you all, so that it assists you all in terms of your further preparation. Keeping this context in mind, let's proceed ahead with our first module, getting started with data engineering on the Azure platform. And there are three things that we're going to talk about over here, which will help you take the first step from the certification perspective, that is data engineering on Azure, and looking at two primary services over here, that is Azure Data Lake Store Generation 2, and second is Azure Synapse Analytics. So guys, this is what I was talking about. Types of data, structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data. So I'm not going to repeat that aspect because we already have covered those areas. Now on those type of data, what is the type of data operations that one would want to perform? Now, why these data operations? We have a lot of pre-built resources, pre-built data, which we have gathered from different customers over a period of time. But what is the meaning of that? What is the use of that data? If we don't analyze that information, if we don't provide those details to our respective stakeholders and help them to take decisions, right? So that's the core purpose of data engineering, helping to translate that available data into information, and that information in terms of knowledge, right? And for doing those things, what we require is integration. That is collating data from multiple sources, getting them into a single environment. Another important step that you'll see over here would be in terms of transformation, changing that data in a usable format. So there will be a lot of information, which is audio information, video-based information, unstructured information, right? So loading all that data, making required changes so that it becomes usable. And once we have cleansed that data, cleaned that information, extracted relevant details, then finally we will go into consolidation. So as far as data consolidation is concerned, this is where we'll be able to make that data in such a way that there can be respective reports that can be generated on that. And like we mentioned earlier, people should be able to take decisions based on that. But performing these operations, it can't be magic, right? It will involve sort of query languages, or it could be programming as well. So here, one of the languages that you'll see very, very prominent is SQL as a language. You can write SQL queries for it. Now, once it comes to SQL queries, it may not be a simple, straightforward SQL query that we have been writing earlier. There will be changes over here. So you'll be able to see resources like MOLAB, ROLAB, HOLAB, right? So writing multi-dimensional queries, writing SQL queries on a paraquery file, a JSON file, right? That is something which will be different as compared to your previous normal SQL that we have been talking about. Especially once it comes to data engineering, here the major focus that you see is in terms of reading the data. And that's why the example given here is select queries. When you're trying to analyze the information, the majority of queries will be select SQL queries rather than insert, update, and delete. When it comes to normalization, these will be unnormalized data. Here, we are not looking at inserts, updates, deletes. That's why there are least members where you have normalization. So if you have third normal form, we have to convert that into first normal form or unnormalized form. Because if you have too many joins to be performed, if you have too many subqueries to be performed, the time taken will be much, much higher, right? So we have to reduce the time in writing the queries. If you look at data, if you look at your Synapse as an environment, Synapse standard, that is focusing on SQL queries. If you look at Databricks as an environment, that is focusing majorly in terms of code-based extraction of data using Spark resources. If you look at other options being supported, you have Java, .NET, Scala, markup language, R as a language. So there are different options available. So prominently 5 languages: SQL, Python, R, Scala, and Java and .NET. So again, Scala is based on Java itself. Underlying, we have a JDK that needs to be installed. Now one would say, Om Prakash, there are so many things. How are we going to learn and how are we going to get our hands around all these technologies, all these areas? I'm sorry, guys, there's no other option, because that's what customer is expecting you to do. Customer has already started storing this data in different formats, different places. We, as a data engineer, our job is to work with that data and provide appropriate solutions to our end customer. But one thing that we can do is we can start breaking them into pieces, breaking them into smaller components, and then focus on one thing at a time. Go deeper into that. And once we have learned that option, once we have explored it to the depth, then we can decide whether option A is the right one or option B is the right one, right? So we can take those kind of decisions here. So first thing to do is, let me go to each of these sections in more details. Let me first start off with operational and analytical data, because this is where we have to start the segregation. And I have also shared a link with you all of OLAP solutions. Just below that, you'll see OLTP solutions. What we are working on right now This is the OLTP solution, online transaction processing. So if you see the components which I was talking about, and believe me guys, everything which I'm speaking is from the architectural guide. I'm speaking from the available industry resources which are available, because last 20 years I have been working with various technologies, which is mapping to applications, mapping to data, so that I can bring you these nuances and help you to prepare yourself better. So what I was talking about is normalization, ACID properties, integration, right? Then update, append, right? Relational model, tabular data. So all these things you can see over here. So what is OLTP all about? What are the OLTP options? PostgreSQL, MySQL, MariaDB, right? So when to go for which type of resource, you can decide that. When it comes to OLAP-based solutions, online analytical processing, all your client applications is getting data from the customers, giving it to the OLTP systems, which then needs to be transformed and make the required changes, and in such a way that it should be utilized by OLAP system. OLAP primarily is your data cubes that we're talking about, the data warehouse that we're talking about. Now, out of that member, you have, and this is what I was talking about, Azure Analysis Services. So earlier it was SSAS. Here it is Azure Analysis Services. Based on that data cubes, here we have Power BI, SQL Server, reporting services, Tableau, Qlik View, Qlik Sense. So whatever I spoke earlier, all these things you all will be able to see here. SQL Server integration services, Azure Data Factory, right? So all that mapping resources we'll be able to see here. The best part which I like about the architectural guide, here they have given you appropriate scenarios, that in which scenario what was the problem, and how it is being solved by each of these data services. So when you read about these members, you'll be preparing yourself for the exam. How is that? In the exam, you'll be given different set of case studies, complex case study scenario, saying this is what is existing on the customer side. This is the current challenges they are facing. What would be your recommendations here? Which services are you going to recommend? Why are you going to recommend that? And there will be MCQ based questions on that. So more and more we read up on these things, better prepared we are from perspective of understanding that problem and mapping the right solution over here. You look at the options available. You have Azure Analysis Services, SQL Server Analysis Services, column store indexes over here, SQL database with column store indexes. So there are different set of options available. And what Microsoft provides is different mechanisms of solving these problems. Let me go back. So this was the first understanding between operational data to analytical data. Let's go to the next member here, which is a data lake. Now, once it comes to real world scenarios, we would want different type of data, polyglot data. Some will be structured, some will be semi-structured, some will be unstructured. So can you give me a common pool or a common store where I can put all that data? The best possible place is called as a data lake. Data lake is where you can dump or put all the required data at one place. And here we can have massive scalability. Especially once it comes to data lake, Microsoft does not have any restrictions here. You can store any amount of data. If you look at a standard storage account, there we have a restriction of 5 petabytes of data. But once it comes to data lake, there is no restriction over here. You can store any amount of data as you need. So one set of data, okay, let me first complete the data warehouse. So if you look at the data warehouse, this is where you have all the data being cleansed and stored at a single place. And here it talks about star schema and a different type of schemas over here. So once you look at data warehouse, here we are talking about data cubes. And here, as part of every cube, you have two members. One is fact and second is dimensions. Now, what is this fact and what is this dimension all about? If we understand this, it becomes easier for us to map other members over here. Let's take an example. Last financial year, my company has a revenue of 10 crore, right? Especially in terms of learning services. Just an example. Now, if I take, now this is a fact. Now, if I take this amount and show it to my management, will they be able to take a decision on that? The answer is no. So what do they require? So they will require dimensions. In sense, if we are making 10 crores, which means there's something wrong with it. We should be at least a 50 crore company. So what is the challenge that we are facing? Why are we only a 10 crore company? So let's analyze this. Correct? Tell me how many courses we are selling. Which are the max consumed courses? Which are the minimum consumed courses? Can we understand about the student type who are attending it? What are the age group which is attending it? Right? What is the industry expectations? Right? In each quarter, which quarter we earned maximum, which quarter we earned less amount, which month, how was the performance, which months we are earning better, which months went wrong, right? Then we can go ahead with week-wise earnings. So as we keep breaking up these things and these members that you'll see, these are called as dimensions. So one is fact, the actual data, and second is the dimensions. So using dimensions, we can get further details of it. And that's called as a star schema. So fact is in the center and you have all the other dimensions on the edges of it. And that helps us create a snowflake kind of environment. Okay. So once it comes to your data warehouse, it can help you with star schema, optimize the summary analysis. That's the core purpose of it. Now there will be different data sources available because when the data is coming to the system, it is not coming in a cube format. It is coming in transactional format. So somebody has to convert that into a data warehouse or transform that existing data, transactional data into OLAP based data. Who will do that? Or how can we do that? That is done by data pipeline. So data pipeline will have orchestration of various activities which can perform ETL, extraction, transformation, and loading, or ELT, which is extract, load, and transform. And finally, get the outcome as a data warehouse, a data cube that you want to create, right? And these data pipelines are very, very important member to transform that information into knowledge. So once it comes to your day in, day out operations, so one set of data will be data cubes, data warehouse, but this is historical information. What about current details? For current details, data warehouse is not a right solution. Current details, you'll have to go for streaming data, where you have real-time data feeds. So there is a bank ATM, right? After 6 months, 1 year, you have realized that there was a theft in an ATM. But after identifying it after 1 year, it does not make any sense. If anybody is obstructing the camera or if anybody is trying to break open the ATM box, it should identify immediately and send a signal to the right members, right? That's a streaming data. And I would want to get information or analyze streaming information as well, which could be coming from sensors, IoT devices, right? So all that data would go into a event hub. And when you say streaming data, this is live data feeds which is coming in. And I want to take actions on that. I will do processing on that, right? So if you see the resources here, operational analytics data, data warehouse, streaming data, creation of data pipeline. We are clear in terms of storage of data, processing of data, but who will do this processing? Right? Say if you take a computer, in computer you have a CPU, right? That CPU does the actual processing. You have your hard disk, which is storing all that information. We have your file system. We have RDBMS, which is storing a data in specific format. But there has to be a SQL engine behind the scene, which will execute that SQL query. Same way, we have Apache Spark as open source engine for distributed data processing. So whenever we are talking about big data solutions, when we are talking about data warehouse, who's going to execute the queries? Here, we can use dedicated SQL clusters, dedicated SQL pool, or we can use Apache Spark clusters. So Apache Spark is a predefined architecture through which we can create dedicated machines and we can perform data processing on our underlying solutions. So these are 6 core members that we have for our data engineering. Anyone, any questions still here? Yeah, Arun has a very good question. What is the difference between data lake and data warehouse? So as far as data lake is concerned, Arun, this is a place where we can save different type of data. It's a hierarchical data store. So it's only in terms of storage, nothing else. As far as data warehouse is concerned, data warehouse is where you store your data cubes. Each cube will have different facts and dimensions. This is a specialized kind of storage. Arun, does it make sense? Okay. So guys, anyone, any questions, please put it on the chat. I'm sorry, I may not be able to answer it immediately, but whenever I go to the chat, I will answer those questions. Let's proceed ahead. So once we are clear in terms of these concepts, how all these things fit in context of Azure platform. So guys, once it comes to your Azure resources, here we have a lot of operational data coming in to our various RDBMS based solutions, structured data storage, Cosmos DB, which is semi-structured data, and storage account or data lake, where we have unstructured data. This icon that you'll see, this icon is also for Dataverse, which is another important member within our Microsoft parlance. Next resource that you'll see over here, this is your sensors, and all that sensor information is getting stored inside event hubs. So once we have received this information, once we have got all these details, the next set of members over here would be your data ingestion, right? Which is using Azure Synapse Analytics. And here, once that data is being transformed, right? Here you'll have your data lake storage generation 2 in the backend, which stores different type of content, right? And if you look at your Synapse Analytics, let's understand this very, very carefully. Microsoft is trying to transform this Synapse Analytics in a big way. So here, what they are doing is they are saying any kind of requirement that you have, whether it is big data processing, whether it is big data processing, whether it is data warehousing, there is a single environment or single resource which can help you do that. And that's called as Synapse Analytics, a unified resource for all the members. Even if you look at streaming data also can associate with data lake storage, and that processing can be done with Azure Synapse. Right? Now, if we look at the diagrams over here, they speak a lot, but we need to understand that there are three components that you'll see over here. So first component is representation of SQL dedicated pool, which is a compute resource. The second component you'll see over here is Apache Spark. And the third one that you'll see, which is yet in preview right now, this is called as Data Explorer Preview. These are three compute options given by Synapse. So as a data engineer, I can choose any one of these options. If you see two symbols over here, the first one represents execution of notebooks, Python notebooks, Scala notebooks, Jupyter notebooks. These are representation of respective notebooks. Whereas the second icon that you'll see here is a data warehouse. So whether you want to do a big data processing or you want to do a data warehouse based processing, Synapse Analytics is one-stop shop for all your requirements. And this is what is the primary focus of your DP-203. Getting into details and making sure every participant, every student, every person who is getting certified on DP-203, they understand Synapse in depth. Another parallel option that you'll see is Azure Data Factory, and you have Azure Databricks. Databricks is a parallel solution where you can still perform both these activities, that is write notebooks and create a data warehouse solution. Correct? And here also you have both these options, Apache Spark and SQL pool. Now one would say, Om Prakash, why this confusion? Why do you have two things or two parallel solutions coming up? I don't want to get into Microsoft's strategy of acquiring products. That's a different story altogether. But right now what Microsoft is saying is, boss, I'm giving you two set of options. Y'all are smart enough. Y'all can go ahead and choose whichever option you would want. But Synapse is a homegrown product of Microsoft, and that's what I would want to promote. So once you have your resources ready, once you have done your analysis, once you have trained your model, machine learning models and other resources, then we can go ahead with the visualization using Power BI. So this was a quick understanding of Absolute Server. Krishna, there's nothing called as data Apache Spark. It's Apache Spark cluster. Yes, we can either use Synapse or you can use Databricks. Sarvana, just don't jump to any conclusion right now. Just hold on. We will come to each of these in more details in what is the default settings for Synapse and what is the default settings for Databricks. So you'll be in better position to take your call. But for now, what you're saying is right. So let's go ahead. Let's go to Azure Data Lake Storage. Most of these things I have already discussed with you all. So this is a distributed cloud storage. This is HDFS compliant, Hadoop file system compliant, right? This is primarily as a big data storage solution. So here you can specify file level, folder level permissions, very similar to your RBAC, role-based access control. Other features of your storage account are available here. So it's built on top of that member. If you look at the way how this is being stored, here you have hierarchical namespace, where you have your storage account, blob containers, specific blobs. Within your data lake storage, same storage account, we can have respective directories inside it, and you have a hierarchical namespace. So that's the difference between your standard blob storage and data lake. Second thing which I mentioned is there is no limits onto what is how much content you can save inside this. That's been too much of that we have been talking about. Let's look at it, some of the implementations over here. I'm sorry, you all will not have access to the labs. So what I will do is I will create these resources in my environment, and you all can see it as a demo. If anybody has their own Azure subscription, you all can try this out over here. Not a problem. For trying out these things, let me go to Azure portal. Let me go to Azure portal here. Since I'm talking about data storage, let me create a storage account over here quickly. My request to all of you all, if you are new to Azure, take time, go through all the members over here. Each service has a lot of details within it. Do I have this name available? Let me check. Yeah, so you can use whichever location you want. So if you look at the options available, blob storage or Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 2, Azure Files, Tables and Queues. What is the kind of replication that you would want? How many copies of data one would want to create? Right? So if you want anonymous access to your data containers, you can enable this. If you want to create data lake store generation 2 endpoint, you can check on this checkbox and enable this member. Right now, I'm not doing it. I'll do it for the next resource which I create from a data lake perspective. If you look at the storage options, we can have cross-tenant replication, and whether this data is a hot tier, that is frequently accessed data, cool tier or cold tier. We can mention that options over here. Once it comes to your security of resources, and most of the on-premises team members complain that once it comes to cloud-based services, they are not secured because they have a public access endpoints. So it's up to us to define whether you want to make it accessible within a particular network or you want to make it available for everybody. That's our choice. Any kind of accidental deletion, if you want to protect from that, we can have data protection being enabled. One of the options as we go ahead, and I don't know if we would have time today, but one of the options in terms of data encryption would be your customer managed key by using a key vault. And within the key vault, we can store our encryption key, our certificates. We can also store respective connection strings over there as well. So this is a standard storage account which I'm creating so that we can differentiate between the data lake instance and the storage account. From your pipelines perspective, we can leverage on storage account as well. Let me go back to storage account. Create a data lake as a resource. Right? And like I mentioned earlier, now once it comes to data lake, it is recommended to have LRS, locally redundant storage, because we are talking about too much of information over here. And if we have geo replication, it will become even more expensive. So for data lake, it is recommended that we have LRS over here. I have enabled hierarchical namespace. So if you want to enable SFTP, if you want to enable network file system v3, we can do that as well. So you see the initial steps remain the same, but what we get as an outcome, what we get as a final resource being created would be a standard storage account and a data lake as a solution for our big data members. This is our storage account. Here we can see containers, file shares, queues and tables. So if you go to data lake, can you see the symbol for containers over here? It's slightly different from how it was available earlier within the standard storage account. We can go to respective containers over here. Whatever name we would want. So here, once it comes to your resources, we can go and add a directory over here. And within that directory, we can store all the contents. Okay, so inside data directory, we can go and create our contents over here. Within your standard storage account, we can specify our container, images container. Okay, can you see this? So here we don't have any reference of directory, right? We can go and upload set of files or upload whatever contents we would want. Right? So your data lake storage and your standard storage account. We looked at the key difference over here. Let's go to the next resource. So once you have all the data being stored, next step would be doing the required data processing. So once it comes to data processing, like we mentioned, there are two parallel options available. One is Databricks and second is Azure Synapse Analytics. Let's get into Synapse Analytics. So what is this platform all about? So Azure Synapse Analytics is where you can have large scale data warehouse being created and being processed. And this is what I was talking about. So Azure Synapse, it was created not for big data processing, but for data warehouse processing. So the default behavior over here is data warehousing. But we can go and tune it for big data as well. Whereas if you look at Databricks, Databricks was not meant for data warehouse. It was always meant for big data processing. Correct? So in case of Databricks, the default format is big data processing using code, that is Apache Spark code, PySpark. Whereas in case of Synapse Analytics, the default is SQL implementation. So here what we can do is we can do data exploration, data discovery. We can have real-time analytics. So if you remember, while showcasing the diagram, I said within Synapse environment, I can have data warehouse, I can have big data solutions, I can have streaming data, that is real-time analytics as well. Along with this, Microsoft has also added pipelines within Synapse environment. So if somebody doesn't want to go for data factory, right, for creating integration pipeline, they can create these pipelines within your existing environment. They can create it within the Synapse environment. So once it comes to your Synapse resources, here, the moment you create a Synapse instance, it will by default create a data lake for itself. Okay, so you don't have to separately create it. It will by default create that. And on that environment, on that resource, you can go ahead and upload set of files. And we can write respective SQL queries on it. So if you see the examples here, so it can be a paraquery file, it can be JSON file, or it could be a CSV file. And what I mean to say is for writing SQL queries, you don't require to have a tabular data format always. And that's an advantage of Synapse. Right? This is what I was talking about. So within your Synapse environment, we can also have the pipelines being created, any kind of mapping of these resources that you would want, we can do that. And third important member is, which I was just mentioning about, loading the paraquery file. Can you see this? Select name, comma product number, comma list price from open row set. And this is loading this file, loading this information from data lake storage format as paraquery file. This could be a CSV file, this could be a JSON file as well, and we can generate the result. So reading of data does not always depend upon it being in a tabular format, which is a standard of SQL. So that is a change that you will see over here. For executing these queries in the backend, we have a default serverless SQL pool, right, which we can leverage upon. And we can also create custom dedicated SQL pool. Now one would say, Om Prakash, when I already have built-in serverless SQL pool, why do you require a custom dedicated pool? So guys, depending upon how much of data you have, and whenever we are talking about free resources or serverless members over here, your request will be queued. Okay. And this is a shared kind of resource, shared kind of environment between other members. So if you want to have a dedicated environment, which is quick in terms of response and help you work with extensive amount of large scale data, then it is recommended to go for a dedicated SQL pool. Apart from this, if you want to, if there are people coming from Databricks background, there are people who are coming from coding background, right? They would say, Om Prakash, I don't want to write SQL queries. Can you help me write a PySpark query over here? Yes, we can do that as well. So you can create a cluster, Apache Spark cluster over here, and we can have your integrated notebooks being written, right? Write your respective PySpark queries and get the respective data using data frames, right? That is another experience that you have when it comes to your Synapse environment. So I've already shared a set of learning path resources. If I'm not mistaken, this is also one of them. Right. So whatever we just discussed in the first module, you can see those information. Sarvan has a very good question. Blob is a subset of container. Yes. So each containers will have multiple blobs inside it. Paraquery is a different format, Pragya, for data storage. If you ask me, are there any specific use cases where we can save data only in Paraquery format? I'm not aware about that. Guys, I know it's a time for a quick break. Just give me 2 minutes. So before we wind up with the first module, I want to show an example of Synapse environment. Have a appropriate closure for this module, and then we'll take a break. So I'm mentioning my resource group, name of the workspace, Prakash, Synapse workspace. So what is the region that you'd want? Let me use Central US as a region, which I have done for all of them. Select a data lake storage generation tool. Can you see this? So I have a storage account. I have a data lake. So if I don't have a resource, I'll have to create one. Now, since I already have a pre-existing member, it's getting created automatically. It's getting mapped automatically. While discussing about data lake, we mentioned about RBAC. So if you see, assign myself storage blob data contributor role. When it comes to your Synapse environment, let me specify password as well. So behind the scene, it is also using the SQL resources when we are creating a dedicated pool, or even if you're going for a standard runtime environment. similar to our storage account, similar to data lake, you have an option of using a customer managed key. And where is this customer managed key being stored? Can anybody help me with that? Which service will help me store the customer managed key? Can you all type in the chat? Thanks, Nikhil. It's Key Vault. So within the Key Vault, we'll have our customer managed key being stored. So same security in terms of networking. So whether you want it to be accessible across the network or only to specific machines or applications within a given network. So here if you see Azure Synapse Analytics, it is using serverless SQL pool. It should not take much time. Right now, I'm not trying to go deeper into this environment, Synapse environment, but just an understanding of what are the primary services that it provides. And then as we go ahead with the next set of modules, we'll go deeper into each of these areas. If time permits, I would also want to go into Databricks and show you all what are the options available with Databricks on the Azure environment. If you'll see, I cannot create a Synapse environment without having a data lake instance. So whether it is a pre-existing instance or we can create a new instance over here. While this is loading, let me take this opportunity to talk about serverless solutions. So within Microsoft has been focusing extensively on serverless options. And as the name suggests, these are the shared resources that we have between multiple members. So whether you're looking at compute, DevOps, databases, storage, here you don't have to provision any machines behind the scene. It will automatically get created. And depending upon how many users or how many requests are coming in, it will automatically assign appropriate processing power. And depending upon how much is the processing power being consumed, we will have to pay for it. So it is in true sense pay-as-you-go model. And especially when you're looking at startups, if you're looking at mid-size organizations, it will be really, really beneficial for them to start small, take some time, understand what is the utilization of the resources, do appropriate monitoring over here. And once that monitoring is being done, they have understood about things, then they can go and create their own dedicated environment for it. Okay. So when I'm setting my business, I don't want to invest a lot in that. I can start small, take my time, understand things. And once I have the specific details being mapped, then I can go into more details of it. Then I can go into a dedicated environment for it. So guys, this is my Synapse environment. And here, if you'll see the options available, I can create a dedicated SQL pool. I can create a Apache Spark pool. I can create a Data Explorer pool, which is in preview right now. So 3 options available from compute perspective. Here we have Synapse Studio. Guys, just give me 1 second. So here we can go to the Synapse Studio, right? And here if you'll see from a compute perspective, you have SQL pool being configured. There's no Apache Spark pool, and this is a serverless built-in pool, the default one. We can also create a dedicated pool. We have options for Apache Spark pool, Data Explorer pool. This is our environment. So what do you want to create? You want to create a SQL script, KQL script. You want to create a Jupyter notebook or PySpark notebook. You want to create a data flow. You want to create a data pipeline. So we can create any of these resources here. From data perspective, we already have the Synapse workspace being mapped over here. We have a data container that we had created. We can see that member. If there are any other attached containers, we can see that information as well. From development perspective, these are the same options that we were seeing earlier. From an integration point of view, this is where you'll have your pipeline. So people who have worked with Data Factory, you all will realize this is very similar to what you have in Data Factory. Instead of having self-hosted integration runtime, here you can have your SQL pool, Apache Spark pool for the underlying processing. Anyone? Any questions still here? Thanks guys for your patience. Yeah, let me take a question from Sarvana before we take a break. Absolutely right, Sarvana. So like I said, Microsoft wants to integrate and bring everything together within Synapse platform. So whether it is your Spark processing or whether it is SQL data processing, data warehouse, everything at one place. but we can do the same thing with Databricks as well. Data factories only from pipelines point of view. So guys, let's take a break. Grab a cup of tea or coffee. We'll assemble back in 20 minutes. So whatever is the time on the clock right now, 20 minutes, we will assemble back.
Hello everyone. I have shared the learning badge achievement link in your chat box. Please redeem that badge within your break time.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Before everyone goes to the break, let me just introduce myself. This is Vivek. I work in inside sales. I wanted to just quickly inform you guys about a special batch we are setting up for the course AI 102. The batch starts on the Jan 4th of 2025, and we are providing you the training of the 4-day session at a very minimal costing. So whoever would be interested, I'll just share my contact details on the chat box. You can get in touch with me on WhatsApp, a call, or you can email me as well. Thank you.
Hello Vivek. Please repeat the announcement again, okay? After 5 minutes.
Okay, so no problem.
Hi all, please redeem your badge in the break time. I have shared the link in the chat box. Go to Microsoft Learn site, click on the sign in button, then sign in using your Microsoft Hotmail, Outlook, Live, whichever ID you want to use. Okay, then go to URL, click on the URL, then redeem your badge. Okay. Hi all. Please check your chat box. I have shared complimentary learning achievement badge with you of DP-203. Please go to your browser, search for Microsoft Learn. Okay. Then click on sign in button. Then log in using Outlook, Hotmail, Live or Gmail ID. Then go to URL and click on the URL and then redeem your badge. It's a complimentary badge. Please redeem your badge before the session. If you redeem, please acknowledge in chat box only. Thank you. OP sir, you can start the session.
Thanks, Manish. So I can see people are working on that. Vikram is done. Moise is done. Mahesh is done. Thanks, guys. So once you're done, we'll wait for some time. Meanwhile, everybody else completes this process of redeeming the badges. Everyone, please redeem your badges. We are waiting for everybody else to redeem the badges and then we can start our session. Okay. So while everybody else goes and redeems the badges, let's proceed ahead. Remaining folks, please make sure you'll redeem the badges. Before the break, we have discussed about various options over here. We have discussed about different components within the data engineering. We have discussed via data engineering within the Azure environment. We have discussed about two important members till now, starting off with data lake, storage account, and we got into Synapse environment, exploring the available options over here. There are multiple ways of practicing these things. So one approach, like I showed you all, how to go ahead, create your data lake as a member, how do you work with it? Second option over here would be performing these labs, which is mentioned as part of your Microsoft Learn GitHub resources. Let me show you this option also. As part of this implementation, what they have done is they have shown what are the steps available. And before we try this out, let's go through the options which are there, right? And if you are able to do the first lab successfully, remaining labs, you will be able to practice it on your own. So once you have your free trial subscription or pay-as-you-go model, you can leverage on these members. So first thing over here is going to the Cloud Shell environment. Guys, just give me 1 minute. Let me clean up the resources here, because through this PowerShell scripts, we are again going to create the same resource, that is a Synapse environment. But all these things will be happening in the backend. So just beside the search box, you have Copilot, and next to it, you have your Cloud Shell member, which is being mentioned in the lab steps. Here, if you see, it's trying to create our resource over here by doing a git clone in the local environment. And it will help us to create our relevant resources. If anybody wants to explore this GitHub option, you all can go to this package, github.com. You all can see all the resources being created over here. If you want to go deeper into these areas, what is the PowerShell scripts being written, any customizations that anybody would want to do, right? So all those things we can do here. So the important file, all files labs 01 setup.ps1. This is a PowerShell script that we are executing. All files labs 01. This is our setup.ps1 file. Along with this, you'll see there are number of other components as well. Adventure works. Can you see this? Added dim customer. Dim batch actually is about the dimension, right? Remember we mentioned about facts and dimensions. So behind the scene, it is creating all these members, creating appropriate resources, SQL user, SQL password. It is creating all the members behind the scene, referring to the other resources, adding providers on our subscription, Microsoft Synapse, Microsoft SQL, storage, compute. So if these members are already there, it does not create one. But if it is something missing, it will create that resource. So you'll see here, name of the Synapse workspace, name of the data lake account, Spark pool, database name. So all relevant resources it is going to create behind the scene. This will take some time. me close the Synapse Studio. Let me specify the password here. A very simple one, but it satisfies all the conditions. So this will take some time to create our resources, which in, like I showed you all, it will create our Synapse environment. Please be careful. Once you are done with the steps, make sure you'll delete the resources. Once you have done with your practice, make sure we delete the resources, because when you're looking at a SQL dedicated pool, or when you're looking at Apache Spark cluster, these are expensive resources. So don't keep them running. So whenever we are, say, Saturday, Sunday, or any of the weekdays in the evening, 2 hours, 1 hour, whenever you have that dedicated time, sit back, create this environment, right? Practice that particular lab. Once done, delete it. So let it happen in the background. Meanwhile, let's go to the next step. I'm sure by now everybody has redeemed the badge. Manish, can you confirm that? Guys who have not done it, please do that. Redeem your badges for DP-203. Let's move ahead to the next module. So the first module was introduction to the environment, introduction to these components over here, which we are done with. Let's go to the next member here, that is performing data engineering with Azure Synapse and especially Apache Spark pool. Now one would say, oh Prakash, we already have the serverless SQL environment available. Anything wrong with that? No, there's nothing wrong. We can work with that member as well. Please be careful. The naming convention being used, the name used is serverless SQL pool. The naming convention being used is dedicated SQL pool. So what are they supposed to execute? They are supposed to execute SQL queries, right? So if you are looking at any other member, so if you're trying to execute a notebook, it will not work. So if you have if you want to use a programming approach for big data processing or managing data frames using PySpark or R as a language, Scala as a language, right? So those things will not work over here. For executing those kind of resources, you'll require Apache Spark pool. And again, it's up to us to take a call whether we want to do it using a SQL language and we are able to successfully work with that, or you need to use help of Apache Spark. Most of the experience which I have, especially once it comes to machine learning, right? Wherever it comes to training specific models, SQL does not help me there. And that's where I have to write specific notebooks over here. So 3 things as part of this module. First is data analysis using Apache Spark, data transformation, and finally using Delta Lake with Synapse Analytics. Delta Lake is another option available which can help you with data warehousing, right? So creating a data warehouse at a smaller level, we can do that over here. So let's proceed ahead. starting with the first module itself, we have been talking a lot about computational power. And once it comes to Apache Spark is a very well knit, very well created environment, which is targeted towards cluster management. Right? Now, what is this cluster all about? So people who are coming from infrastructure background, you all would know about load balancers, you all would know about how load balancer segregates the load across multiple machines behind the scene. People who are coming from MongoDB background, you all would know how MongoDB cluster maintains data on number of nodes behind the scene. Same way, once it comes to Apache Spark, you have your cluster manager, and behind the scene, you have multiple nodes available. Each of these nodes represent the compute platform that we have. And within each node, we have multiple executors, right? So whenever there is a new processing requirement coming up, what is the code to be executed? That is being shared across multiple executors. They are also being specified which data they are supposed to process. So that data would be available on the underlying data lake store. So these executors will take the instructions, the code coming from the cluster manager, and looking at the data from underlying data source which is there. Now, please be careful. If this data is scattered across multiple data sources, one lying in SQL database, one SQL database, two lying in storage account, right? If it is scattered across multiple places, the time taken for processing will be very, very high. That's why it is recommended to put all this data into a single place, which is a data lake store, so that executor knows where to pick it from and it can focus on doing that processing faster. Once you have this Apache Spark cluster being provisioned, we can write our code using whichever language that we would want. And when we are creating the Spark cluster, we have various options to select a version, and very similar to how one would create a virtual machine by using a virtual machine image. Same way, you can create your cluster over here using a specific version of Spark environment. Now, once this execution happens, each executor will be loading the sample data, partition the data, and it will execute the code over here. So once that processing is being done, it will send back the output to the cluster manager saying this was the aggregation output, this was the final processing outcome that we have achieved. So within Synapse environment, here what we can do is we can go ahead, create an integrated notebook over here. I am not sure how many of you all are from Databricks background. Can I see raise of hands? People who are from Databricks background. Nobody? Okay, not a problem. So why I was asking that question? So if somebody is from Databricks background and they would have created notebooks there, they would be able to compare it here as well. So what Microsoft has done is they have made a very similar kind of experience that you have within your Databricks platform, the standard one. So any kind of PySpark code that you want to write, Scala code that one would want to write, you'll be able to see the execution outcome, execution output within the same platform. So here you can have your code auto completion. You can create data visualization over here. Guys, please be careful. This data visualization may not be as exhaustive as you have for Power BI. This is more standardized and a miniature kind of implementation over here, which can help you show a quick data visualization. If you want to go deep dive into visualization using multiple options, the best place to do that would be your Power BI, Qlik Sense, Qlik View, Tableau, those kind of environments. Here, what we can do is we can work with multiple data stores connected to your data lake. You can have multiple data connectors over here, right? I have already told you all about the disadvantage, right? But still, from an integration point of view, I can have links with large number of pre-existing data source, and they need not be Microsoft services only. This could be non-Microsoft components as well. Along with your Apache along with your Spark member, you can also use dedicated or serverless SQL pool. That integration option is available. Now, let's take up this particular scenario here. When I already have a Synapse environment, when I already have a Spark environment, why would I want to use a serverless SQL pool or a dedicated SQL pool? Guys, as we know, Apache Spark pool is best for notebooks and executing PySpark queries, PySpark notebooks. But if you have 5, 6, 10 dedicated members where you have SQL queries to be executed, SQL pool will execute SQL queries faster as compared to your Spark member, right? So what one can do is smartly we can interlace both these members. We can segregate the responsibilities to specific individuals who are best at performing or executing certain resources, right? And that's the advantage of Synapse. So we can have other sources, SQL data store, Cosmos DB, KQL members, right? So you can work with multiple data stores. Guys, just give me 1 minute. Let me see what is the status right now. Excellent. We have got the resources created. Wow, this is the one. So here, if you all see, starting off with data lake, let me go to the containers. It has not just created the members here, it has also uploaded the data, which is sales.csv. It has Synapse workspace as well. So what you're seeing is a Spark pool. You're seeing a warehouse component over here. What are the libraries? What are the Spark pool instances? All that information is. Please don't change or make any modifications here. These are the standard resources. Second member that it has is our Spark cluster, which is being created. So here, if you see, you have scale settings available. What is the current Spark configuration being used? Right, so we can see it from here. Third member that you'll see is a dedicated SQL pool. Right now it is not running. It is waiting for the instruction to be given or the notebook to be created. So it's right now paused. We can resume this member once we have done with our notebook, and that it will start executing. Finally, let's go to Synapse, where we have both these members being connected. So if you look at the analytics pool, there are two members here. One is your default one, built-in serverless pool. Second member that we have is our dedicated pool, DW100C. This is the configuration that we have. So when you're creating it manually, let me show you that option as well. I may not be creating it over here, but if you see the option, name of the dedicated pool, whatever configuration that you want, starting from DW100C to DW30000C, depending upon what kind of configuration that you want, and what is the resources being provided in the backend. Because since this is a dedicated compute, you'll have a cost being associated over here. So do you want to use existing resources? So is there a restore point, backup member that you want to use? And once we have specified these details, then we can go ahead and create the dedicated pool. In our case, it has got created by using the PowerShell script. From perspective of Apache Spark, so you can specify what type of machine you'd want, what is the current processing power which is expected. So you have small, medium, large, extra large. How many number of child nodes that you want to create, underlying machines that you would want to create. And here, if you see the cost once again, this is what I was saying. So once you have got your labs created, once you have got your respective execution being done, go ahead and delete the unwanted resources. Once it comes to your Synapse environment, there are restricted options over here. Once it comes to Spark versions, when it comes to Databricks, you have many options for Apache Spark. So we'll come to that section as we proceed ahead. So in our current scenario, we have a SQL pool. We have Apache Spark pool, memory optimized. Right? So we have a provision over here where we can go ahead and execute our data. So if you see the option here, exploring sales data. So here we can specify DF. Sorry, just give me 1 second before I go here. Let me go back to Synapse. Go to the Synapse Studio. And let me first show you all an execution without using the Spark environment. And then it will make sense to go ahead with your Spark resources. So if you all remember, we have data.csv, the CSV file being mapped here. Let's try and fetch data from that member. So at least once we have this data being created, we know how to connect to it. So let's go back to the data section. Here you can see the SQL database. So if there are any tables being created, sample tables, we can see here any kind of external tables, external resources, right? So if there are any members being mapped over here, we'll be able to see that. In our current scenario, we don't have any of these resources being mapped. That's one. And secondly, the current dedicated SQL pool is paused, right? So even if there is a data available, we are not able to see that. Let's go to the linked resource. So here we should be able to see our information inside the files. Let's go to sales data, sales.csv. So what do you want to do? So it says, Om Prakash, these are the options available. You can create a SQL script, select top 100 rows, create external table. Do you want to do a bulk load? Let me go for the first one. And if you are seeing, this is the value that we had mentioned earlier. Select top 100 from open row set, bulk data. What is the format available? CSV format. Let's go ahead, run this. This might take a moment, but we should be able to see the results over here. So if you see the information, we have all the required details. So here we have all the required details. So if you want to map any of these members, can you see this? So I just mentioned header row is equal to true. So instead of C1, C2, that was the default column value that it was getting. It has now started showing sales order number, sales order line. So once we have got this default member generated, we can go ahead and make required changes to make sure it gives us the right details. Where are we executing it right now? We are executing it on the serverless environment, serverless SQL pool. If I have to execute it on the dedicated pool, I have to select that. Oops. So it says Om Prakash, dedicated SQL pool is paused. Go to your manage pool, resume this. The moment we start the machine, it will start charging. That's why it is being stopped, because it takes time for us to create the notebooks, create required details. And once you are ready, then go and start the pool. Still need some time. So whatever is your details, yeah, now it is up and ready. I can go to the now same query. I can execute it by using dedicated SQL pool. It is resumed successfully. Any of the outputs being generated, that is cached over here. Showing some error over here for open row set. Okay, not a problem. So this is one way of creating our resource and executing it by using the SQL script. Another option you'll see, let's go to sales.csv once again. And let me create a new data frame, load to data frame. So here it says, please select a Apache pool to attach before running this cell. Because when it comes to PySpark, it cannot run on the, once it comes to PySpark, it will not run on the SQL pool. Whether it is a default one, whether it is a dedicated SQL pool. In these scenarios, you'll require a Spark environment. And very similar to what we did in SQL, data frame, spark.read.load, whatever is the current path that you have, and what is the data format that one would want. Now one would say, Om Prakash, you are saying this is fast, but this seems to be very slow. This is happening because we are creating the cluster for first time. So starting of that cluster, creation of underlying resources, that takes time. But once it is done, we can keep running it as many number of times as you want, and it will speed up the process. Okay, so meanwhile, this runs in the background. Let's proceed ahead. So currently, if you see, what we are doing is we are using the primary workspace data lake. We are using a default linked service for storage, and we are using the Spark cluster for execution. Now within the same file, within the same notebook, we can have PySpark, we can have SQL, we can have R, right? So there are multiple languages that we can specify over here, depending upon what is the code that we have, what is the programming language that one would want to use. And this is what we are doing right now. So by using this PySpark as a resource, data frame spark.read.load, right? And we have display method. Another option is data frame.show. Even that can help us with retrieval of information. If your data source has the header option enabled here, we can specify header is equal to true. Then we can see the table details, and same way, column numbers, C1, C2, C3. Right? Next time we executed, it was much faster. So initially it takes time to load the cluster here. If you see the next command here, counts data frame, spark dot. So whichever members we would want, like how you have your select query. Let me take customer name here. Sorry. Customer name. So we have, again, based on understanding of the data, product ID, sales order, line number. Again, we need to have understanding of the underlying data. What are the members over here? I'm using some of the existing information, existing details. Dot select. This is fine. I'm doing a mistake here. It's part of that data frame. So from that data frame, we are supposed to extract the values. So sales order number and what is the count of customers who have purchased those products over here. Right? So any of these resources we can extract from our underlying files. This is a separate data set that is products.csv. When in my scenario, I have once it comes to your PySpark members, there are two ways of writing your SQL queries inside it. And many times people feel, what is the advantage of using PySpark over your standard SQL members? So here, if you see, you can have Pike's data frame where you can execute a SQL query. That's one option. Or you can directly write your SQL queries over here. How you have PySpark being mentioned, you can directly write your SQL query over here. select customer name. Select customer name from your earlier data frame that we have. And here, if you see, you can specify your details over here, group by, order by. Now, once it comes to specifying these details, we'll have to specify relevant name over here. And if you see this member, spark.read.load, here what we can do is we can create a separate table for it. So create or replace temporary view. You can specify whatever table that you would want. And you go to your files. There's an option of creating an external table, creating a Spark table. So we can load this information into a table, and then we can write our SQL queries on it. So we'll come to that section as we go ahead. What I was trying to showcase is within the same file, within the same notebook that we have created, we can have multiple languages being mentioned, whether it is PySpark, SQL, R as a language, Scala, right? See the options available here. PySpark, Scala, Spark SQL, and you have Spark R. These are 4 options that we have apart from .NET, C# as a language. So once we have our resources being created, we can publish it, save it for future usage. So once we are done with our members over here, once we have got our information being extracted, we can visualize data using your Spark environment by using relevant notebooks over here. And within that notebooks, you can specify what is the chart that you want to create. Right? So even you'll see a default chart being created. Whenever you have data aggregations being mapped, we'll be able to see the respective information over here from a visual representation perspective. If you were to change the details, what would be the x-axis, y-axis, what is the color that you would want, right? What type of charts that you would want to create. And here we can add additional Python libraries as required for your underlying application. Okay, so Mahesh has a very valid question. On a dedicated or a serverless SQL pool, can we run a PySpark code? No, you can't do that, Mahesh. So when it comes to any notebooks, it will always check for a Spark cluster. Unless you have a Spark cluster, you cannot run any notebooks. And if you see the options available, it will not show you that option itself. So Mahesh, I hope that answers your question. So when there are, Sarvana has another question. So when the multiple resources are getting used, SQL pool will run faster than Spark pool. I didn't get that question right, Sarvana. When you say multiple resources, are you referring to multiple tables in the backend? Or multiple data from different sources? Okay, multiple pipelines. Yes. So in case of pipelines, you can leverage on dedicated SQL pool. You're correct with that. Like I said, when it comes to your big data processing, it is always recommended to go for a Spark clusters. When it comes to data warehouse is where SQL dedicated pool will make sense. Right? That's where they will be much more efficient. So this was our first lab. We have got set of resources being created. We checked for multiple members over here. Let's go to the next step. And as part of this implementation, let's take a look at bunch of resources over here. Let me show you all the demo for the same. So till now, what I have showed you is with the pre-existing member, pre-existing data, how one can go ahead, leverage on the pre-existing members from a data point of view. This is just beginning of the resource. If you remember earlier, we were facing problems when we are trying and expanding these resources. So now you can see DIM, currency, geography, product, and finally fact as internet sales. So now you'll be able to understand when I said dimensions and facts. So these are all the dimensions: currency wise, customer wise, date wise, geography wise, product wise, subcategory wise, how much promotion investment I have done versus how much sales did I get on that. How much, which are the territories being covered, from each territory, how much earnings we had. Correct? So this is this association of dimensions and facts. That is what is part of your data cube. We don't have any external tables as yet. Once you go to your environment, create respective tables over here. So we can see that. So yeah, there is a lot of pre-existing schemas that you have, system views that we have available. Let's go to the next section here. So while discussing about our Synapse environment, we said it can also help you do a pipeline creation similar to what one can do with our data factory. Okay, so let's go utilize our Synapse environment for pipeline creation. Let's go to the integrate section. Right, so we can do that by going to integrate section, or as mentioned the lab, we can do it through ingest as well. This is a predefined templatized kind of environment. Let's do it using this member over here. What is the source that you would want? What is the target that you would want? Let's mention the source type as all. And from connection perspective, I don't have existing connections apart from the data lake and our dedicated pool. So let's take up a new connection. And here, if you'll see, there are multiple options available, which is not part of your Azure environment. This is primarily part of your integrations that we have. And a lot of these services are outside the Azure platform. And in this section, let's create a linked service, which is mapping to HTTP. So there are external RESTful APIs from where we would want to fetch information. This would be the right place for it. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's mention the respective description for it. What is the purpose of creating this resource? Now, once it comes to this integration runtime. Now, what is this integration runtime? From execution perspective of SQL queries, of notebooks, we already have mentioned the options earlier. When it comes to your pipelines, here you have auto resolve integration runtime, which means there's a default environment given by Microsoft. We can also use a self-hosted integration runtime as well. Right? So when you click on new, it can help us create a self-hosted runtime. And for that self-hosted runtime, what is required is you need to have a machine which has all the base installations being done to help us execute those members. We have all those members being installed successfully. Let's mention the base URL over here. Server certificate is enabled. Authentication type anonymous. This is a publicly accessible URL. Let's do a test connection. See if we are able to connect it successfully. We have already got the member here. Request method. Now these are HTTP methods that we are using over here. Right. So once we have our labs being mapped over here correctly, if once you do the step, this is a very critical aspect, guys, because we are extracting information from the pre-existing environment. Let's look at a file format, delimited text, comma delimiter. We have line feed, first row as header. Now this will depend upon whatever type of content that we are creating. So as far as the destination is concerned, I want to store this information in data lake generation 2. And I already have my connectivity over here. Where do you want to store this information? Folder path. Let's mention the file name over here. I think this is all. Row delimiter is default. There's no compression type. File name prefix is fine. This is primarily a template that we are using for creating a pipeline over here. We have mentioned the source, mentioned a destination over here. So if you see the steps involved, it will create a respective data set for our HTTP resource, for our data lake, and using a pipeline. It will perform the steps over here. What is the source? What is the destination? If there are any mappings being done over here, we'll be able to see that. This was the previous pipeline execution. And here we can see the details. So how many rows were being captured? How many rows were being written? Just give me a moment. So though we have executed this pipeline, I'm still not sure if the data is being created over here in the right folder. Let's verify that. So we have sales data. We have product data. Let's go to products.csv. Right. So here I have all the information being mapped. Product ID, product name, category, list price. So once you have your pipeline successfully executed, it will create all the relevant members over here. Okay. So once we have got this information, same way which I was showcasing you all for the sales data, we can perform these activities for product data as well. Let's go to the data section. Now you'll realize everything we are doing in the same environment. So whether it is a pipeline, whether it is execution of specific members. Oops, start showing here. Let me refresh it. Right. So look at the directory over here, the folder over here. So I have sales data, sales.csv. If I want to go to product data, product.csv. So if certain details are new, just go to extreme right-hand side corner, just do a refresh. So we can verify this information by going to the storage account, or here itself we can do a preview. This is what I had shown you all earlier. So for retrieving these information, can you see this? Header underscore row is equal to true. Once we are done with these resources, so any of your queries that we have, we can execute the relevant queries over here. Select category and count of products. So as far as the data path is concerned, right? The name of the data lake, what is the location of the file, right? That information has to be over here. So how many products per category? We can specify appropriate names. So in future, if you want to refer back to these resources, we know what is the purpose of each of these members. So right now, if you see the develop section, here you have SQL script 1 that we had created earlier, count products by category. And if you see the option over here from execution perspective, we are using the pre-built member over here, pre-built resource over here. What is the values that one would want? Position for members to be displayed. So we'll stop with this over here. We'll break for lunch. Once we come back, we'll go to the remaining set of options of using Spark tool to analyze data. So like how I showed you for the earlier member, we will check for these resources as well. And then getting into details of dedicated SQL pool, how do we leverage on those members? So everyone, have your lunch. Let's connect back in an hour's time. and then we'll proceed ahead with other set of topics. After the lunch break, I'm also going to get into the Databricks environment. That will be another very, very interesting aspect to verify, and looking at some of the other solutions over here of how we can execute these Spark notebooks, PySpark notebooks within Databricks environment. So everyone, have your lunch and let's connect back in an hour's time. If you all have any questions, doubts, queries, you all can put it on the chat during the break as well.